in order.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
So, I'm confused. So, it's only going to be one gunner? It's only going to be one gunner?
Yeah, super.
Sit down again.
No, sorry.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
I'm hurting, bro. I was like this, walking up the first time I seen you, she's like,
I had a whole shit load of drumming else good. Really?
for you, like,
Nah, yeah, you got to think easy like I do. Everybody here? That's what I got
Thank you, sir.
why you take my chair? I'm like, oh,
Give it that.
that's my back.
Give him one of these levels. I got mine. I 5, I got 2. Put my shirt back. Now I didn't work out this morning.
Oh, yes. If I sit there and go without the arm, I don't sleep. I know I'm
The one with the arms on.
I used to be hugging now.
Look at outside here.
The other one, put the pad in the middle of the so we can come with the internet. Did they fix it?
They supposed to say last week. What's the name?
Yeah. That's one of the spots there. She said one of them gotta be out. And I called about the light bulb again. They told me they got a light bulb. Yeah. Light bulb. Same thing.
It's working.
Here's the paper.
What does the password say it is?
62 FB. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. We are back on the record in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Khalif Adams et al. In 22 SC 183572. Mr. Stilwell, Mr. Botson, Mr. Shard, good morning, gentlemen. All right, Mr. Williams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Adams, and Ms. Renard, good morning. Mr. Kendrick and Ms. Hingerty, good morning. All right, Mr. Huey and Mr. Matthews Jr. and Sr., good morning. All right, Mr. Nichols, Mr. Harvey and Ms. Westmoreland, good morning. Mr. Ryan and Misty Williams, good morning. All right, Ms. Hilton, Ms. Love, Mr. Atkins, and Messrs. Brown and Smith, good morning. Good morning. All right. Sergeant Ingram, all our jurors present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Wonderful. All right, I'm going to have this next exhibit marked as the next court exhibit in order. It is the information I have given defense counsel about our hotspot. And we have up to 20 devices. That's the best I can do. You've been given the Wi-Fi name and the password. I will go ahead and include that as the next court exhibit in order, and I will seal it as well. So do not give out that information to anybody else. That is for you use only while you're in here, and 20 is the maximum number that particular spot will give. So, Mr. Manager, does that satisfy your technology challenges?
Close.
Well, you're going to have to deal with the rest to make it up, okay? All right, because that's the best I can do with the technology, and I've been checking with our IT folks.
Thank you so
Okay?
much, Your Honor. We're working on trying to get it.
All right. Did Mr. Kearns give you the brand new Wi-Fi password?
Oh, okay.
That's why it's not working, because the device itself generates a passcode. So if you all want to come up here and make sure you have the right passcode, you can sign into it. I know you all have the ability to sign into your secure Wi-Fi provided by the county, so I didn't include you all in that particular calculus. All right. Are we ready?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything I need to take up, folks, before I call for our jurors? I was just trying to be nice, Mr. Adams. I really wasn't trying to take up anything.
I'm trying to be nice, but I put something on your radar.
Okay, all right.
Just alluding to the fact that,
Okay, hold on, because we got talking up here now.
Judge, earlier this morning, the state provided us with a state's exhibit that's labeled 122CA, 122CP. Essentially what it is...
Is it the redacted?
No.
What is it?
No, this is in regards to radio traffic.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I think the state's position is that they intend to, or they would like to get into that.
Who's it radio traffic from?
The radio traffic from the incident that we've been discussing, it appears to be Zone 3 radio traffic. My recollection from looking at the discovery is that there are 4 specific excerpts of radio traffic around the time of the incident. This that I've gotten from the state is an excerpt from one of them, and I'm having some discussions with Mr. Atkins, is the gentleman, is the state representative who I believe will be presenting it, in regards to other excerpts of radio traffic and what our position is on it, whether we believe it violates confrontation, our right to confrontation or not. We just like some time to look through it. I want to review their excerpts. I want to review the actual radio traffic itself. It's about 15 minutes to half an hour. So I'm just asking that we be given some time to look at that, and perhaps if we need to address the issue a little bit later on before it's presented. And I think we can probably do that during the lunch break.
Okay. Mr. Atkins?
Yes, Your Honor. That is correct in regards to Ms. Ladders is the next witness. She's who the state, after Detective Bit is complete, and the radio traffic along with the 911 call and associated CAT reports are going to be, the state intends to introduce those with Ms. Ladders. I provided my own time hacks from the radio traffic is what we intend to introduce. And this morning I've been speaking with Mr. Steele and Mr. Adams. And the state does agree that if it works out, if Detective Bitten is complete, close to lunchtime, Ms. Ladders is the next witness after her. And so that gives defense counsel adequate time. You can also speak together, and there may be parts of this that we agree to as well.
Okay. I tell you what I'll do then. I'm going to recess maybe about an hour from now, somewhere between 12 and 12:10. And then what we'll do is I'll give our jurors. We'll come back at 2. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Gotcha.
That's sufficient.
Yeah, that should be, yes.
Anything else?
That's all.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Summon our jurors for us, please, Sergeant Ingram.
Stick with phone. I'm sorry.
Hey guys. Madam President.
Good morning.
Not even talking about
Sleep, yeah. All right.
I
Not
love
yet.
dogs.
Not yet.
Oh, you see him?
Yes.
It's Jack.
Hi, Jack.
Trying fruit and he'll be your best friend.
I know. Same with my dog. What kind is Jack?
Labrador.
A Labrador?
Yeah, he's a rescue.
Oh,
Yeah.
mine's a Labradoodle. Gets into everything. She's a thief.
Yeah.
The ones that don't.
Yeah. Hey, Jack.
Mhm. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
Jurors present,
All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, the way ahead is we're going to probably go to about a little after 12, recess for lunch, and then we'll come back at 2. So, and then we'll take the afternoon at that point in time, okay? All right, Detective Benton, you're still under oath, madam, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may continue the examination at this point in time. Mr. Steele, whenever you're ready, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
I believe that if we can go back to Monday,
Okay.
when the Honorable Court broke for the day, you were explaining, if you could orient yourself, we were on Mr. Williams number 157. Do you remember that by any chance?
Yes.
Okay, and we were specifically talking about the styrofoam cup, as you described it, the Burger King styrofoam item,
Yes.
and you were explaining, and I think that's when we stopped, that there's different types of DNA
That's correct.
analysis. Okay. In your experience, have you ever collected or had collected, asked someone on your team to collect an item of like a styrofoam and process it for any evidence?
I would ask the crime scene investigators or the crime scene technicians to collect and
Okay.
either have it sent to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation for processing or have them swab it and then send the swabs down.
Okay. And the jurors may have heard something about swabbing, but that's just testing, trying to obtain information from that item. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And the scientists then can potentially examine it for evidence or non-evidence, whatever they find.
Yes, sir.
All right. You mentioned yesterday also, or not yesterday, Monday, you used the word prints. Do you remember that?
Yes, latent prints.
Okay. Can you explain that to the jurors?
Latent prints. Every single person's fingerprints are unique to them, including identical twins. The one thing that's different is their fingerprints. Crime scene technicians are trained in lifting latent prints, but you have to be very careful and choose between latent prints sometimes and DNA. You can't do one or the other.
Okay. And on that styrofoam item, is it possible, I'm not saying that there are any latent prints, but is it possible to attempt to do that, to try to send it off to the crime lab to try to obtain that type of evidence?
Yes.
And latent latent means that it's visible, right? That it's usable? Mm-hmm. True?
Correct. Most prints are not visible to the plain eye.
Okay. I'd like to go the next, if Mr. Kokomo can zoom in next to on the floorboard on the passenger side rear of the 2004 Nissan Altima. Do you see two items there? They both look dark in color, maybe even black.
Yes.
And are those the items that you discussed earlier?
Yes.
And they're seemingly cellular telephones, is that true?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell, ladies and gentlemen, jury, what type of story, I used your word from the other day, can be contained or found scientifically on a cell phone?
I'm sorry, say that again.
What type of evidence can potentially be found on a cell phone?
You mean physical evidence?
Yeah.
Okay. You can find either fingerprints. You can also use DNA, touch DNA technology on a cell phone.
Okay. There is what appears to be a red garment. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that red garment, could that contain any type of physical evidence that could be looked at?
Yes, it can have DNA evidence, and also fiber evidence would be extremely important.
Tell the jurors what fiber evidence is, if you don't mind.
Their clothing is, made of fibers. So the clothing itself would be sent down to the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, the GBI, and they would probably just, under a microscope, pull some fibers to try to compare it possibly to another scene.
Okay. Now, if Mr. Kokomo can go back on Mr. Williams' exhibit number 157. And with Mr. Kokomo's permission, let's zoom in a little bit more on the item. You see the item kind of in the center top. It says the unit or the UNTZ. You see that?
Oh, you're asking me? Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
Okay. That type of item, do you remember whether the item was filled or not filled or spilled some of its contents, if you remember?
No, the only thing that was taken from the car, because we didn't process the inside of the car. We only photographed, evidence markered, and then we took the firearms and the cell phones.
Okay.
The car was going to be processed at another time by the lead detective or someone of the lead detectives choosing at the annex. So I did not touch or manipulate anything in the car outside of the firearms and the cell phones.
Perfect. You just are preserving it, and then the lead detective, I think you educated us, is Detective David Quinn. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it would be within his purview to have these other items tested at a later time. Fair
Yeah,
to
that's
say?
correct.
Okay. If Mr. Kokomo can zoom out for a minute and we go into the items next to that box on the seat, do you see there maybe, and if you can help us, for the jurors, they may not have seen this photograph before, can you show us if you see a Sharpie pen?
Yeah, it's dead center.
Do you see it?
Mm-hmm. It's
Can you just-
dead center.
Can you do like, the line? And then go through, if you can, with the red line again. Do you see what I'll say looks like a yellow-black pen? You see a tool on the upper center part, a tool looking, it's silver and black handle. Can you do a red mark if you see that item? Do you see, and Mr. Kokomo can make it clear if you need it, but God bless you. Do you see gloves, like work gloves? Mm-hmm. Can you just do something?
Oh.
Okay. And do you see like what I'll call, and I really don't know what it is, so I don't want to misname it, but some sort of strap? Do you see that item?
I'm assuming you're talking about this black.
Yeah. Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay. And then do you see the red item up below it? Do you know what that is by any chance?
You mean the burgundy thing?
Yes, the burgundy.
I don't know what that is, no.
Okay. And then can you read what it says on, you see where it says on the upper, it's not really upper, center right, it says 1/4, like 1/4. Can you read that?
No.
Mr. Kokomo, can you make that a little bigger?
Something to do with paint.
One more time.
Quarter sheet.
One more time.
1/4 sheet for paint.
Okay. Do you know whether these items are items that are typically found in that type of toolbox?
I have no idea what people keep in their own toolboxes.
Okay. All right. Now, we also see if Mr. Kokomo can pull out a little bit. We also see there, if you look in the bottom floorboard area on the driver's side, do you see that item?
The firearm?
There are two, yes?
Yes.
You see the firearm? And that's one of the firearms you collected, correct?
Yes, sir.
And do you also see, is that a pencil possibly? Is it a pencil-looking item next to it?
It could be.
Or underneath it maybe? All
From this photo, you really can't tell.
Okay, and you see some glass, broken glass? Or it appears to be
Yes.
broken glass? Okay. Now, the three guns, which I believe are stacked up next to the honorable court reporter and between you, were they all semi-automatic firearms?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you told the jurors, I believe it was you, and if it's not, tell them. Typically, when a firearm is working properly, the way it's manufactured is that the missile will come out of the weapon, and then the shell case will be kicked to the right and rear of the shooter. Is that fair to say?
Typically, yes. There are
Right.
very minimal firearms out there where the shell casing goes in an opposite direction.
Do you have any belief or knowledge that any of the three items, and let me just get what they're marked. Your Honor, may I approach for a second?
You may.
This is 115C, 114C, 116C. Do you have any reason to believe that any of those firearms, if working properly, would not kick to the right and rear?
No.
Okay. For people who may not have your familiarity, can you just show, and if you don't have gloves, we will get them for you, or I will touch the item. Can you just show where the ejection port is on one of those guns?
If this is a gun, the injection port's in the center. That's the well, you put it into the well of the weapon. You're going to take a magazine and pull it into the well of the weapon. This is the chamber. If you haven't already had it cocked back, you're going to slide the slide to the rear, pull it to the rear, and that's going to put one into the chamber. When it fires, the round or the projectile will then come out this way, and the shell casing will come fire from the chamber.
In this vehicle, except for the broken glass, were all of the windows raised on the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Did you find, you or your team, find any shell casings inside of that vehicle?
No, sir.
Do you have any evidence that a weapon was discharged, that type of weapon, not a revolver, a weapon that kicks out a shell casing, a semi-automatic, was fired inside of that vehicle at the
Me
time?
personally, no.
Okay. All right. If, with your permission, Mr. Kokomo's permission and the court, I skipped Mr. Williams' exhibit number 155, so I'm going backwards a minute here. If Mr. Kokomo can show that. Okay. Now, in Mr. Williams' number 155, this is a photograph, taken from the rear passenger side, towards the rear passenger side of the 2004 Nissan Altima vehicle. Is that a fair, accurate representation?
Yes.
And at this point, to be fair, it appears that the driver's side rear door is ajar. Somebody opened it. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
All right. And nobody's trying to manipulate or fool a jury or anything, but you found it all with the doors closed, but now law enforcement has opened one door.
That's correct.
Okay. And you've already taken pictures of the closed doors, fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, Mr. Williams, number 155, we see the, part of that black item that we discussed, right? In the center, I don't know, kind of center, lower center.
Yes.
And then we have the broken glass, right? Are you familiar with the type of safety glass that manufacturers of vehicles put in cars to protect us?
No.
All right. Can you tell from this picture which direction the glass, how the glass was shattered, whatever object it was, what direction it was coming from?
No.
All right. The glass missing, is that potentially some of the glass that you showed the jury on the driver's side rear floorboard in Mr. Williams' number 157 a moment ago?
Yes, it's possible.
All right. Now, if Mr. Kokomo can pull in closer and show I would like you to orient the jurors to the front passenger seat. From this picture, and there'll be other pictures, can you tell the front passenger seat how far it was moved? Are you familiar with cars in the front seat can move closer or further from the windshield?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how far this seat, the rear passenger seat, was moved towards the back?
No.
The time that you came upon the car? All right.
No.
All right. All right. Let's talk about Mr. Williams' number 156, if that's okay. Okay. And here is another angle, same side of the car, passenger side, fair to say?
Yes.
And the photograph here is capturing more of the front seat. Is that correct?
Yes.
Can you tell from this angle, and angles could be deceiving, so can you tell from this angle of the photograph where that front passenger seat is, let's say, in relation to the divider between the two windows, the front and back doors?
No, not based off this angle. It would need to be dead center on the side.
Can you just explain to jurors about the depth perception? It could distort the angle.
The depth perception can distort the angle of a photograph.
Okay. Let's look at number 158 of Mr. Williams, if that's okay. Now that is, both airbags are deployed, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And when I say both, just for preciseness, we're talking about the driver's seat airbag comes out of the steering wheel, as well as the passenger front airbag. It's opened up from the dashboard. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. And here, on this photograph, is that you in the upper kind of right side? If you can recognize with it looks like the belt with maybe two cell phones. I'm really not sure if they're both cell phones.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. And you're giving direction to your coworkers, fair to say, or you're at least processing what direction you need to go in?
Yes.
Okay. If Mr. Kokomo can zoom in on the front passenger seat. Do you by any chance know now what that item is? The yellow, I'm saying the yellow, if it's not yellow, just correct me, item.
No, again, the only thing that I took from the vehicle were the three firearms and the cell phones. Everything else was preserved and left for the lead detective.
Okay. All right. Mr. Kokomo, if you can help us and go to number 159 when you get a chance. In Mr. Williams, number 159, this is now from where you were standing before. This is from the passenger side looking towards the driver's side front
That's correct.
vehicle, the front person compartment of the vehicle. Fair?
Yes.
Now, tell me if this helps, if this photograph helps you in Mr. Williams, number 159. Do you see the center console with the gear shifts?
Yes.
And do you see the gear shift seemingly in drive? I'm not saying it is in drive, but it looks like it's not in park.
It's in something. I just don't know what it's in, but you're
All
right,
right.
it's not in park.
Now, I'd like to know whether you can help us compared to that center console. Is the front passenger seat look like it is moved closer to the back of the vehicle as compared to the driver's seat?
No.
Okay, can you explain why?
It looks like the same line.
Okay, so do you believe that the driver's seat, you see the driver's seat?
Yes.
That is in front, the part that comes to the legs, that is in front of the gear shift? You see that?
I said yes.
Okay. And then do you notice that the passenger seat, the front where the legs go, looks like it's behind the gear shift?
But they're both around the same location. One's not manipulated 5 feet behind the other. So based on the angle of this photo, they could be right there at the same thing. I couldn't tell you unless I'm standing at the car at the time.
Okay. Okay. Let's look at the floorboard of the passenger seat front. The items there. You see, maybe 2 cords that possibly, to go into electronic device. Does that look like that's true? One's green, one's white, or at
They're
least-
cords. I don't know what they go to. Yeah, I can agree that they're cords.
Okay. And then, Mr. Kokomo, if you can blow that up. Do you see another potential item that is maybe a cup, the word Coca-Cola on it in red, it's white, has different colors on it?
Yes,
Same potential, either paper or styrofoam?
correct.
Potentially fertile ground if Detective David Quinn wanted to have it analyzed by the crime scene?
Potentially, yes.
All right. Okay. If we can go to Mr. Williams, number 60. I'd like you again to focus on the seat. That's the front passenger area, correct? Floorboard?
Yes,
And do you see the seat where the knees would come and to the front passenger seat?
yes,
And do you see where it appears that there is an indentation where it goes into where the gun is laying, into the place where the feet would typically go of the person sitting there, if there was a person sitting in that seat?
an indentation where?
Going down, you see the carpet. Looks like it goes down from the seat towards the floorboard. Do you see that?
No,
Okay. You see where Mr. Kokomo is zooming in on?
that's an indentation.
I'm asking you.
That's what I'm asking. I don't consider that an indentation. I just consider that part of the curve of the interior of the car.
All right.
Yeah, it's carpeted.
Now, Mr. Kokomo blew that up. He was kind enough to blow it up for us. Can you tell whether that seat, the passenger seat, is moved back as far as it can move on that track according to that picture?
It appears to be. I couldn't tell you if that's actually the truth, but it appears to be, yes.
Okay. Now, if Mr. Kokomo can scroll back a little further out. That is one of the guns that you collected, fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. If we can go to Mr. Williams, number 161, that is going to be a close-up that you directed to have taken of that firearm that you collected, correct?
That's correct.
All right, now I'd like to go to Mr. Williams, number 162. Now this, to orient the jurors, is the driver's side rear floorboard. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right, and there is 2 additional firearms that you and your capable team collected, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. There's also a hat there. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
And it looks like to me it says New Era on it. Can you read that?
Yes.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen jury what evidence potentially can be found on a hat if the hat is on the person.
Oh, you could find DNA. You could find hair, possibly with or without the root, which if it has the root, you can definitely try to pull some DNA from that. That would have been found on the hat, or potentially found on the hat.
Could fingerprints potentially be found on a hat?
I've never seen where fingerprints have been found on a hat.
Okay. That again would be up to Detective Quinn.
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Williams, number 163. Oh, by the way, can we go back to 162 if you don't mind? Remember earlier we talked about the item that there may be something underneath the firearm?
Yes.
Do you see what I would say is a pencil? Do you see that green item?
I see a green. I couldn't tell you if that's a pencil or not.
Okay. And then do you see the item that looks yellow?
Again, I couldn't tell you if it's a pencil, but it's a yellow something.
Okay. And then the item next to the hat, do you recognize that to be like a box cutter?
Yes, sir.
You ever call it like that? Okay. And would a box cutter sometimes be found potentially in a toolbox?
I would assume so.
Okay. If we go to Mr. Williams, number 163. Now, do you need another picture to orient this photograph, or do you remember where it was? And if you do, just tell the jurors to orient them.
No, I believe this was the coagulated blood that was on the outside of the vehicle.
Okay. And do you know whether in your experience that that's a large amount of blood or a smaller amount of blood? And I know it's all relative. I understand that.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
They,
I stand the objection.
Have you ever seen an artery bleed? A person, God forbid, gets shot in the artery. Have you ever seen the blood from the artery?
Yes.
Okay. And tell the ladies and jury, if it's coming out, if the blood is not bleeding inside, if it's coming out, and it's an artery, could that be a lot of blood coming out of the person?
Of course, yes.
And an artery is, tell the jurors what an artery is.
An artery is a vein that basically connects a lot of other veins and has a lot of blood in it. I'm not a medical doctor.
Okay. All right. Number 164 of Mr. Williams. I believe we discussed this previously. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
There's a little bit, I'm not saying a little bit, I'm not trying to quantify it, but there's some blood on some of the cash, right?
That's correct.
All right. Then number 165. And that orients the last two pictures where they were found compared to placard number 6 and placard number 7. Fair?
Yes.
All right. 166. Again, we're going to have a story for the blood. You see or suspected blood. You see that?
Yes.
With the cash around it, right?
Yes.
And then number 9, suspected blood. That's why you thought it was important to memorialize. Fair?
Yes, sir.
And that's in number 167. 168 is just you again showing us the relationship between placard 8 and 9. Is that fair to say?
Not me, but the crime scene tech taking the photograph, yes.
At your direction.
Well, they would take the photographs as they're trained. My direction was what evidence to be marked.
Understood. Okay. Let's go to number 169, Mr. Williams. Do you recognize this to be, again, we're going back to the rear passenger side of the 2004 Nissan Altima, fair?
That's correct.
And this again is, I know there's a little more to it, but the floorboard area.
Yes, sir.
Is that fair? Okay. Do we see a potentially a plastic water bottle or a plastic bottle of some sort stuffed in between the area where you can hold things behind the passenger seat?
The pocket, yes.
The pocket. Thank you. Okay. And then there's the Burger King item that we discussed underneath that, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you've already discussed the cell phone and the magazine
Yes.
to the firearm. And there's again that red item that you discussed
Yes, sir.
with the jurors. Do you notice any what's potential or suspected blood on the corner of the seat?
I couldn't tell you what that is.
Okay.
That would have to be tested.
Okay. And that again, and you made it clear, I believe, that that's Detective Quinn, not you.
To have it swabbed would be the lead detective when they were processing the car at the annex. To have it tested would be the GBI.
Right. And it starts with Detective Quinn. I guess I was inarticulate.
Or whoever he would have delegated that job to.
Okay. 170 of Mr. Williams, you see a placard 10.
Yes, sir.
And it's a similar photograph of what we just looked in, but a little clearer, closer. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it help in this picture, Mr. Williams, number 170, those items that are red in color on the, looks like the seat where the seat folds into below, going downward towards the floorboard. Do you see that?
I see it, but it still does not help, no.
Okay. Number 171 is simply the, I assume that that's you, but if it's not, just correct me. And you were just making the weapon safe and also showing what the weapon, that it was loaded.
That's correct.
All right. And the next one's 172. As you explained to us so well, that's a close-up of the weapon.
That's correct.
And you also capture, obviously, the serial number of the weapon.
That's correct.
And then 173 is simply you have to have an identification, so that is the license plate. Fair to say?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then 174, once removed, you have both of the, there's a Metro PCS and another cell phone. You see that?
Yes, an LG.
Okay. Now, whose purview would it be? Whose power would it be to say, I want the contents, potentially want the contents of those cell phones to be analyzed?
That would be up to the lead detective and most likely through a search warrant.
Through a search warrant, I
Yes.
think you said. Is that what you said? Couldn't
That's
you?
correct.
And the lead detective, I've said it 4 times, same person.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay. I think we have gone through every other Can you, Mr. Kokomo, would you pull up again, we've looked at this, but if you don't mind going back, 105, Mr. Williams? And if Mr. Kokomo would be so kind to zoom in to the picture where you can see the front passenger headrest, seat headrest. Does that picture assist, or is the angle not helpful to how far back the front passenger seat is positioned?
No.
Okay. Now, is it fair to say that the further back the front passenger seat is, then the less leg room there is for someone to be sitting behind the front passenger?
That's correct.
In 2013, and thank you, sir. In 2013, if you can go back to that time, did your agency have access to something called Total Station?
I don't know what that is.
Okay. Okay. Do you know, and I'm talking about September 11th of 2013, did your agency have the capability of using computer to shoot, to scale the interior of a car?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Did your agency have, and I know this, measuring rulers? 2013.
Yes.
Yes, okay. Would it be Detective Quinn's responsibility to measure, if he saw fit, how much room there was between the rear passenger seat area and the seat in front, the front passenger seat, to determine whether a person, let's say, who's 6'3" tall, had the leg room to fit in that area?
Would have no.
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Counsel is assuming facts not known.
I stand the objection.
Did Detective Quinn have a measuring stick to his, or the Atlanta Police Department, your office, have a measuring device that could tell the jurors how much room there was between the front passenger seat, as found by you and your teammates on the scene of the 2004 Altima, and the rear seat?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Asked and answered.
I sustain the objection.
Okay. Now, could a bullet have gone through that rear, very rear, passenger side window to break it?
I would have no idea how that passenger side window was broken.
Okay. Would you know how many objects, whatever object that was, that broke that, how many objects went through that area?
No.
Okay. Do you remember noticing a purported bullet hole through the passenger side front headrest?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
Counsel's testifying.
I'll sustain the question as to form. You can rephrase it, Mr. Steele.
Did you observe, when you were there with the 2004 Nissan Altima red vehicle, did you observe a potential hole through the front passenger side headrest?
I did not process the inside of that car and did not search or go into abundance because I did not want to leave any of my DNA or fibers or fingerprints or anything like that in the car because they had yet to process it. The only thing I did was grab the firearms, I rendered them safe, and I grabbed the cell phones. Outside of that, I did not get close enough inside that vehicle so that they could properly process it once back at the annex.
That would, again, it's the same question, be the lead detective.
That's correct.
All right. And you realized when you were there that you couldn't, I think your word was contaminate that vehicle because it potentially held a lot of valuable evidence.
Potentially, yes, sir.
Can you pull up State's Exhibit 119C as in Do you have State's Exhibit? Yeah, C as in Do you have State's Exhibit in front of you, 119C by any chance? You do? Okay. And that is already in evidence, correct? Okay. Your Honor, may I display with the Honorable Prosecutor's Assistant State's Exhibit number 119C as in Colette Charlie.
Can you all pull up 11C? 119C? Okay, all right.
While that's going on, were laser, you know what I mean by a laser pointer?
Mm-hmm.
Were they used in your line of business in September 2013 if you wanted to show direction or something?
I'm not real sure when we got those. I don't know what year we got those.
Okay. Okay. In 119C, can you zoom in, Mr. Kokomo, oh no, excuse me. Ms. Atkins? Okay. The Honorable Prosecutor Atkins, on where the glass is broken, would you mind doing that? Now, Detective, could you pull it down just a little bit if you don't mind? Thank you, sir.
That's far down.
No, you're good. That's perfect. Thank you. This is how you found the car with the door shut. True?
That's correct.
And do you see there the space where the Honorable Prosecutor Atkins was kind enough to zoom in? You see the space between where the frame is, where the glass is broken, and the rest of the frame of the car?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, I don't believe I have any other questions. I want to thank you so much. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. Cross, any additional? That hadn't been asked already?
May it please court, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective Benton.
Good morning.
My name is Max Shard. I represent Shannon Stillwell. My understanding is you're an investigator with Atlanta Police Department, correct?
I'm a detective, yes.
Okay. Detective, okay. How long have you been with APD?
A little over 22 years.
22 years. And is that the only agency you've ever been with?
Yes.
All right. Are you generally, and I'm not going to pop quiz you on specifics, but generally are you familiar with APD protocols?
Yes.
All right. Including the APD protocols on investigations?
Yes, sir.
All right. Awesome. How long have you been an or a detective? I'm sorry.
Since 2007.
16 years?
Almost 17.
Almost 17. And how long have you been a homicide detective?
Almost 15.
And you have familiarity with the way APD conducts homicide investigations, correct?
Yes, sir.
Great. As a homicide detective, you would agree that the collection of surveillance videos is an important part of an investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Specifically, surveillance videos that would potentially show relevant information to the case.
That's correct.
Right. Would you agree that if you are aware of information that something supposedly happened at a specific location, surveillance video could help prove or disprove that notion?
Yes.
Okay. So if a witness said something happened at a specific location, you can go get video, and then you don't have to rely on the credibility of the witness.
If the video is available and the cameras are working, yes.
If the video is available and the cameras were rolling. Okay.
Yes.
And you would agree that that can prove something happened, but also can prove something didn't happen.
That's correct.
All right. Okay. Now, the collection of surveillance video, let's say a surveillance video outside of a business, as part of the homicide investigation, who is the person that's in charge of quarterbacking or ensuring that these things are collected?
The lead detective.
Okay, that is in the lead detective's purview.
Yes, sir.
All right. And now, does the lead detective always collect the video?
No.
Okay. Is there a specific person in charge of collecting relevant surveillance video?
Yes, our Homeland Security unit.
You said Homeland Security Unit?
Yes.
Okay. And is that part of APD?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a unit within APD whose primary purpose is to collect relevant surveillance video.
No.
Okay, explain that to me.
Within our Homeland Security Unit, we have cyber investigators who are experts in collecting video surveillance or DVR systems, and because they've gone through the specific training. They do a lot of other things within the Homeland Security Unit, but they're the people that we rely on when we call and we see there's video surveillance. We call them and have them come download the video surveillance or pull everything from the DVR system, unless we take the system back to them.
So we have people within APD with specialized training that the lead detective can call to ensure that relevant surveillance is collected.
That's
or at least
correct.
an attempt is made to collect.
That's correct.
Okay. And to collect relevant surveillance, are there times where the business owner consents to the collection?
Yes.
Okay. And if a business owner doesn't consent, what legal mechanisms do you have to obtain relevant surveillance video?
Search warrant.
A search warrant. Okay. So you can, as a lead detective, you can apply for a search warrant, obtain a search warrant, and then arm the Homeland Security Unit with said search warrant.
If the judge foresees and agrees that there's enough probable cause, then yes.
Okay. And who's the individual that makes the decision to apply for a search warrant for surveillance video?
The decision will be made solely off of either lead detective or another detective that he's working with.
Okay. Lead detective. Okay. Let me, you said you have 15 years experience in homicide investigations. I'd like to talk about timeframes for the availability of videos. Is it fair to say, before I go into specifics, is it fair to say that the time frame for the availability of video differs from business to business, system to system?
That's correct.
Okay. Are there, assuming that video surveillance is recorded at a business, what are some of the time frames that you've seen as an investigator, as far as how long the surveillance video is maintained by businesses?
The minimal time that I've seen is 12 hours, and the video is immediately overridden by another video, up to a couple of weeks.
Okay. A couple weeks. Now, how quickly, as a homicide detective, how quickly are you assigned to investigate a homicide?
When the officers contact homicide,
Okay.
advising they're on an active scene, the supervisor in homicide then contacts who's ever at the top of the rotation. We have a unit rotation, so let's say I'm at the top of that unit rotation. Doesn't matter what time or what day that case comes up, that's going to be mine. I then go to the bottom of the rotation and work my way back up. That way each detective has around about the same number of cases at the end of the year. So it would be whatever supervisor is working would immediately contact that lead detective, whether at home, they're at work, and they take the lead role immediately.
So a 911 call comes in, say, responding officer arrives, and then if there's unfortunately a dead body, homicide is called.
That's correct.
And is it fair to say you're generally on the scene or working on the case, assigned to the case in a matter of hours?
A number of hours, yes. It
Okay.
depends on how long it takes to contain and secure the scene, and if the person actually did expire from their injuries.
Okay. And typically, that lead detective that's on the scene, they're leading the sole investigation on the case, correct? typically there's not concurrent investigations.
Sometimes there are.
Like feds, maybe? Other
Feds,
law enforcement?
Other law enforcement agencies, yes. There are concurrent investigations going on, yes.
All right. As an investigator, a detective, I'm sorry, when you find evidence, do you typically broadcast it to the world?
It depends on what the evidence is.
Okay, so if you find physical evidence, do you typically run and tell reporters all about it, or do you keep some information close to the vest, so to say?
Well, in 2013, things were a little different than they are here in 2024. It depends on the detective. Back in 2013, the detective could make the choice to contact a reporter straight out and advise them that they needed some help and give them part of the investigation, information on the investigation. Back in 2013, they could do that.
Okay. Would that be to ask the public's help in identifying people and things of that nature?
I wouldn't know
Okay.
what any other detective would do with that information. All I can tell you is that you could do that back in 2013.
Okay. When you develop a suspect, do you typically inform the suspect? Is it policy that you have to inform the suspect that they are a suspect?
No.
Okay. So you could keep that within law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a time during an investigation where law enforcement may be investigating a crime, but a suspect would have no reason to be collecting evidence or doing their own investigation. You would agree?
I wouldn't know. I would not. I wouldn't know. Every investigation is different. There's been times where I've investigated a particular person. They were well aware that they were being investigated, even though I had never mentioned it and never spoken to them, but they knew that they were being investigated. So I couldn't tell you what other people think we're doing.
Okay, but going back to, I guess, my initial question, it's not policy that you would inform anyone.
Sometimes, yes, sometimes no. Like I said, it depends on the case and it depends on the investigation.
Okay. Have you had cases where you were investigating where there was a time frame, you said for surveillance video, 12 hours to a couple weeks, where you were conducting an investigation, but you did not inform any suspects of the investigation?
I'm sure there has been.
The truth is that's the majority of the homicide investigations you've done, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Basis.
To what? Object to the testimony. The truth is, counsel's testifying.
I'll stay in this form of a question. You can rephrase.
Okay. The majority of your homicide investigations, you have not informed the suspects that they're being investigated, correct?
Well, seeing as the majority of my homicide cases since 2019 are where children have been killed by either a parent or a guardian, they're well aware of their suspects.
Okay, well, all right, let's talk about pre-2019.
Mr. Sharp, can we stop here right here? You probably got some more examinations, so.
About 2 minutes.
I don't trust you.
Okay. Thank you.
For time, and neither do I most lawyers, because you all
Well, it's
posture
good to
way
know
too
I'm
long.
not singled out.
That's right. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, as earlier indicated, we're going to go ahead and stop and have lunch at this point in time. Mr. Short, you're welcome to pick up your examination after lunch. Detective Belton, we'll see you back for 2:00, madam. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and be in recess until 2, and then we'll see where the afternoon leads us, okay? All right, all rise. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury is left to this detective. We'll see you back at 2, madam. You can go ahead and step off the stand at this point in time. Mr. Short, you can resume your examination at that point. Okay, counsels, during the pendency, you'll work on the other issue we talked about. Is that correct? Okay. All right. Unless there's anything else of me, we'll go ahead and be in recess, stand in recess until 2 p.m., okay? All right, we're in recess. Madam, I have received your agreement based upon the hearing that we held. So I'm going to go ahead and print it and put it as part of the record, but I'll seal it, okay? As the next court exhibit in order, okay? Just wanted to perfect that for the purpose of record, all right? Okay, and, all right. Okay, can we summon Detective Belton, please? Benton, I should say. Is it Benton? Yeah. Okay, all right. Starting, if you'll summon our juror source, please.
Yes, sir.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Sharp. We're going to see if it's a couple more minutes now, okay? Okay.
Switch course now.
Oh, okay.
Everything's changed. Detective Benton, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
We were talking about collecting surveillance video, if
Yes.
you recall. Okay. Regarding the September 11, 2013 incident, I know that you were involved. Were you the individual in charge of collecting any surveillance video in that?
No,
And who would that have been?
the lead detective.
Who was
I believe Detective Quinn.
Detective Quinn? All right. I'd like to show to you a couple of pictures that you've already identified. If I could publish, Mr. Kokomo, if you could publish Williams 101 for me on the screen. And you have that screen? Okay, you have the screen. You have identified this picture already as being an accurate depiction of September 11, 2013, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Above the car, do you see a McDonald's
Yes.
sign? Okay. Could you, Mr. Kokomo, Williams 156? And is this also a depiction from September 11, 2013?
Yes.
Okay, and this would be at the corner, essentially the corner of Cleveland and Old Hateville, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you would agree that at that time there was a McDonald's restaurant on the corner of Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue, correct?
That's correct.
On the other side of Old Hateville Road, but also on the southwest corner of Old Hateville and Cleveland.
If you say so.
Okay, at the corner of Old Hateville and Cleveland.
Yes.
We'll just keep it simple. At that time, that restaurant was open.
I have no idea.
Okay, as a Atlanta police detective for a number of years, you are aware of that McDonald's at the corner of Old Hateville and Cleveland, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and did that McDonald's have surveillance video, to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
You don't know. Okay. Do you know if that McDonald's, we're seeing pictures from September 2013, is that McDonald's still standing today? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you about one more case, and that is a death of Donovan Thomas on January 10th of 2015. Were you the lead investigator in that case?
Don't believe so.
Okay, so you would not have been involved in charge of collecting surveillance involving the death of Donovan Thomas in 2015?
No.
Okay. Do you know who the lead investigator on that case was?
No.
Is there a detective, James or Jim Thorpe, that works for Atlanta Police Department as a homicide detective?
No.
What, in January 2015, was there an APD detective, James Thorpe, that worked for Atlanta Homicide?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Beg the court's indulgence. I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? All right, Mr. Matthews Jr., go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, detectives.
How you doing, sir?
My name is Attorney Carlton Matthews Jr. I represent Mr. Marquavius Huey. Just a couple questions. You remember telling this jury that you didn't want to touch certain items in the vehicle because you didn't want to contaminate any of the evidence.
That's correct.
And that's because those certain items, that physical evidence, tell the story.
It could potentially, yes.
Okay, no further questions.
Anyone else? Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Detective Ben, on cross-examination, you were asked if certain items in the car could obtain evidence. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Do you typically collect every piece of paper, fabric, fiber, cup, and every item at a crime scene that you're processing?
No.
Why not?
It depends on the case. Every case is different. Every time we investigate something, the scenes are different. The individuals involved are different. Every case is different. So it typically depends on the totality of the circumstances behind that case.
And Detective Ben, how do you determine what you will and what you will not collect from a crime scene?
If I'm the crime scene, in charge of the crime scene, and like on this one, if the lead detective directs me to do something, then I will do it. But in this particular instance, I was asked to just preserve and send the car onto the annex so they could spend quality time in a controlled environment. But other times, it literally depends on the investigation and the circumstances of the case.
What did you understand your purpose to be in processing this Nissan Altima on September 11th, 2013?
I wasn't to process the Nissan Altima. I was to have the crime scene techs photograph the Nissan Altima to get the firearms out because the vehicle would need to be transported, and the vehicle would be transported by a contract civilian tow company. And we can't have firearms and cell phones inside vehicles that are being transported by a contracted civilian or a civilian contractor. So my job was to take out the firearms, render them safe, and have our crime scene units transport them back so they can be processed and get the cell phones back to the lead detective photograph, mark, and that was the extent of what I was allotted to do.
Do you recall some questions on cross-examination about shell casings?
Yes.
Are shell casings stationary once they're ejected from the gun?
No, they're not.
You were also asked on cross-examination about the windows on this Nissan Altima. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
Now, if I could have a little help from defense counsel, I wanted to publish Jeffrey Williams Defense Exhibit 105. Would you be so kind? And Detective Ben, while they are pulling that up, what do you mean when you said that shell casings are not stationary once they are ejected? Can you expand upon that?
Well, they could, when they exit the chamber of the, or when they exit the chamber, they're going to move. And depending on if you're moving, they're going to move at the rate that you're moving. So if I'm running and shooting, it's not like it just pops up and goes straight to the ground. It's also going to move. Then you've got people running around before the scene is secured. They could be kicking shell casings. They can be moving shell casings. Other vehicles could be running shell casings over. Shell casings can get in people's tread of their shoes. So you never know when you get there exactly where the shell casings landed. Wind could pick them up and move them. We've seen that before.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. And thank you for publishing that. Is it possible to zoom in a little bit on the windows of this vehicle? Thank you. Detective Ben, do you recall in cross-examination some questions about the windows on the Nissan Altima and whether they were up or down?
Yes, sir.
Looking at this exhibit, what would you say the front passenger window? Is it up or down?
Sort of 3/4 of the way up.
Now, do you know whether any shell casings were ejected from this vehicle before you arrived on scene processing?
No.
How about while the car was fleeing from police?
I didn't have any of that information when I got to the scene.
How about while the car was careening through the yard before coming over the embankment?
Didn't have any of that information either.
And do you know if any shell casings were ejected when the Nissan Altima crashed into the side of the corner?
I do not know.
Bless you, Your Honor. Have you ever seen occasions in your time working investigations where shell casings have been caught by clothing?
Absolutely.
Now, Detective Ben, I want to transition for a second. There were some questions on cross-examination about fingerprints and DNA. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you always get all pieces of evidence tested for touch DNA or Latin fingerprints?
No.
Why not?
One, the GBI won't do it. Two, it depends on the nexus of that piece of evidence to the scene and whether or not you may have a suspect identified. If you don't have all of those things, the GBI will not test it. They're extremely backlogged, just like most other labs out across the country. So, you may have it swabbed or you may not have it swabbed. Depends on what that particular piece of evidence, how it's connected to the case.
And investigations you've worked before submitting any evidence to the GBI, do you do that before or after an investigation?
During.
Can you explain that?
Yes, so if I have any evidence that needs to go to the GBI, I first have to contact the GBI to basically fill out a form that states that this is what I want done on the evidence. This is the evidence. This is sort of a very, very brief synopsis of what this evidence means to this case, the type of case that it is a homicide case or it's not a homicide case. And then you put on there the type of testing or processing you want. So if it's ballistic evidence, it's firearm, you're going to collect the ballistics box and tell them what type of firearm and all that stuff to get it tested. If it's DNA, you're going to click the DNA box, and then you're going to have to determine, what type of DNA you want. You will submit it to the GBI, but it could take If it's DNA, it could take 2 years to get any information back. And at that point, you may get information back stating, we're not going to test this based on you've already gotten this far in your investigation.
And in investigations that you've worked, before you determine what should be submitted to GBI, do you typically take statements and speak with witnesses before making that determination?
Yes, I do.
Is it common practice to take items collected the day they're collected directly to the GBI for testing?
No.
Why not?
A lot of times you hold on to evidence and you'll place it into either the crime scene techs will hold on to it for a couple of days and for the detective to determine what this evidence means to the case. And then they can determine whether or not they're going to have to send it to the GBI or have it transported to the GBI or just have it placed into property as evidence where it's in secure storage. If we send it right off the bat and we don't have any basis behind it, then we're not really wanting to know what we're testing it for or why we're testing it. Therefore, the GBI is not going to test it, so there's no reason to get it down there because they're just going to turn around and send it right back.
And you had discussed having a nexus for an item before submitting it to the GBI. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And if you were conducting an investigation where a vehicle was at issue, if you did not have a nexus to any items being touched in the trunk, would you submit items in the trunk to the GBI?
No, I would not.
Now, before you arrived, do you know whether any officers on scene checked the vehicle for additional occupants before you were on scene?
No, I do not.
And do you know whether the initial responding officers closed any doors before you arrived?
No.
One brief moment.
Yes, sir.
No further questions. Thank you.
Anything further? Yes, Mr. Steele.
Your Honor, may I show what's already been marked and admitted by this honorable court, which is State's Exhibit number 143, C, as in collect.
Yes, you may.
Detective, are you familiar with this type of report by any chance?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And this is the, what's entitled Official Report of the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Division of Forensic Sciences, or what I think people call the crime lab. Is that fair to say?
The GBI crime lab, yes.
Yeah, and GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation, right?
That's correct.
And what you were saying was sometimes it's hard to submit evidence to the crime lab if there are no suspects. Is that?
That's not what I said at all.
Tell us what you said if you.
No, what I said was the evidence has to have some sort of a nexus to the crime or a suspect in order to submit it. A lot of times when you do submit stuff, you can let them know why you don't have a suspect listed, and they'll still test it. It just depends. Every case is different.
Okay. And I just wanted to make that clear, but in 143C, do do you see where it says case individuals on the screen?
Yes.
And then it does list 3 suspects as Mr. Bean, Mr. Prothrow, Mr. Murphy. You see that?
It lists 3 subjects, not suspects.
What did I say?
You said suspects.
I
They're not
apologize.
suspects, they're subjects.
I apologize. Thank you. And then it has victim, and that's an officer. You know that?
I know Roberson L, yes.
Officer. Okay. All right. Now, this was submitted, if you can tell, to the crime lab. Let's see the date. Do you know the date?
I don't know the date of submission. I know the date of the report.
Let's see if you go down a little bit, if you don't mind, Madam President. I think that's you. You see where it says October 24th, 2013 in the center, and the following evidence was submitted. Do you see that?
Yes.
So that's approximately a month and maybe 13 days after September 11, 2013. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right, yes.
And the crime lab would accept things, when I say things, items to test at any time as long as it was from an agency with law enforcement. Is that true?
Between the hours of 9 and 4, yes.
Okay.
On Monday through Friday.
Okay. All right. And thank you so much. May I just see 126C first? Because I'm not sure I gave you it right now. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to ask the detective to look at what's already in evidence, State's Exhibit number 126C. All right. As in Colette, Charlie. Do you see on your screen Detective 126C as in Colette?
Yes.
And do you recognize, it's in evidence, but do you recognize this type of item, by any chance?
I have not seen this before.
All right. Well, since it's in evidence, do you see at the top it says, it's being blocked, but the second line says Jeffrey Lamar Williams. You see that?
Yes.
And then Jeffrey L. Williams. You see that?
Yes.
And then senior, and then Jeffrey L. Williams.
Yes.
Okay. And then the date below, or the date of birth below that, you see that it says August 16, 1991.
That's correct.
And then do you see the description? It's a black-skinned man. You see that?
Description is black male, 6'3", 140 pounds.
Okay, and the 6'3" is height?
Yes.
Okay. And then that has arrest date to the right. You see that? It says 9/9, which is September 9, 2013.
Yes.
And that would be 2 days before 9/11, 2013, right?
Yes, and yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, and thank you so much. Now, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation has different units to it under that umbrella. And by that, I mean they have an investigative team, right? They have law enforcement officers, correct?
That's correct.
And they have, like you, have crime scene analysts, right?
I'm not a crime scene analyst.
No. I didn't mean like you. I meant like your agency.
Yes.
They have crime scene technicians.
No. They have crime scene investigators.
Okay.
Their crime scene investigators are sworn. They're not civilians, are civilians. So we have crime scene technicians, and they have crime scene investigators.
Okay. And then I'm not saying they don't have other sections, but then they have scientists. Is that
Forensic
true?
scientists, yes.
And that's what you were referring to, and I was referring to as the Georgia Crime Lab.
Yes.
Medical examiners, if you know.
I know they have a medical examiner's office. It's the DeKalb County Medical Examiner's Office. I don't believe it's attached to the building at the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab.
Do you know if the Georgia Bureau of Investigation Crime Lab have their own medical examiners throughout our state?
I know they have a juvenile pediatric pathologist that works there.
Okay. Then they have all the things you talked about, DNA analysis section, right?
Yes.
They have fingerprint section, right?
Yes.
Ballistics or firearm section, right?
Yes.
Okay. With regards to shell casings that come out of a weapon after it's discharged, you already said that there are no shell casings found in that car when you took the photographs that you noticed, right?
No, that's not what I said.
What did you say?
I said that I was not looking for shell casings, therefore I did not go looking for them. I did not see any, so I did not look for them.
Okay, but you didn't see any. True.
I wasn't looking for them, no.
Well, if you would have seen one, you would have
No.
photographed it, right?
Yes, it would have been photographed. It was in plain view, yes.
And it would have been collected.
No.
It would have been left for Detective Quinn.
No, I would have called Detective Quinn and asked what he wanted us to do with the shell casing.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury any evidence you have that a gun was fired from inside that car anytime from the time that Robertson L. was involved to the time that that car was walked up upon by you.
That's not a question I can answer.
Do you have any evidence that a
That's
firearm was...
literally not a question I can answer. The only thing I can answer is how I processed that scene and the firearms that I took. I cannot tell you if there was any evidence inside that car to suggest that a firearm was fired because I did not process that car.
You said that you collect any evidence that may be important. Did you say something like that?
That's not what I said. I said my job on scene was to photograph the scene, preserve what was inside, except for the firearms and the cell phones. I took those out, and that's because I was advised to. Rendered the firearms safe, handed the cell phones, I believe, over to Detective Quinn. And then anything else that was involving that car was to be processed at a later date. And the car was then to be transported after being and escorted down to the annex.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Anyone else? Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right. May Detective Benton be permanently temporarily excuse the witness.
Your Honor, temporarily.
All right, Detective Benton, I'm going to temporarily excuse you as a witness. For now, you're free to go about your use of dues and avocation. We'll give you plenty of head time when we need to call you back. Please don't discuss your testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, madam. All right, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Ms. Sharon Latner to stand.
All right, summon Ms. Latners, please. All right, Ms. Latners. Please approach the witness stand. All right. Raise your right hand and take the oath.
I do. Sharon Latners, SharonLatners.
Welcome back, Ms. Latner.
Okay,
I hope you're doing all right today.
I am. Thank you.
Now, Ms. Latner, I want to hand you a couple items that we're going to talk about today. All right? I'm approaching the witness with State's Exhibits 122 Charlie, which includes subsections Alpha, Bravo, Charlie, 120 Charlie, 121 Charlie, and 122 Charlie, subsection Delta. Your Honor, I am approaching the witness after speaking with defense counsel with 120 Charlie and 122 Charlie subsections Alpha through Delta. Ms. Lathers, I'm going to ask you a couple questions about that. Ms. Lathers, what are those items?
You have a copy of the CAD report. You also have audios for two CDs.
And how do you recognize those?
The CAD report has my initials on top, my initial with my name. The audio has my initials on them.
Are they a fair and accurate depiction of the CAD report and the radio traffic related to this incident?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit into evidence State's Exhibits 120 Charlie and 122 Charlie subsections Alpha through Delta.
You said 120 Charlie and 122 Charlie Alpha through Delta?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Counsel, any objection from states to states 120 Charlie or 122 Charlie subsections A through Delta?
No objection to those, Your Honor.
All right, they're admitted and may be published as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lathers, I'm going to publish and talk about 120 Charlie. Now, Ms. Lathers, what is the event ID for this CAD report?
132541038.
And what date was this generated?
September 11, 2013.
What time was the call initiated?
10:40 a.m. hours.
And what time was the call received?
10:45 a.m. hours.
What was the location, Ms. Lathers, of this call?
2614 Old Hateville Road, Southwest, Apartment 6, Atlanta.
And what zone indeed was this call in reference to?
Zone 3, 310's beat.
Now, Ms. Lathers, up at the top, it says 4-5 larceny. Can you explain what that means?
It's larceny is someone car broken into. That's our sickness for police.
And is that the call type and description of this initial call when it came in?
Yes.
What time did the first responders arrive to this call?
10:46 a.m. hours.
And who were the primary units that responded to this call?
Unit 2310.
Who are under primary unit? Was there any additional officers that assisted?
You have a couple of officers. You have 2302, 2307, 2308, 2309, 2312, 2313, 2330, 2331, 2343, 2344, 2345, 2391, 2394, 2396.
Is that a unusual amount of officers to respond to a call?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you about the traffic starting in this CAD report at 12:06 and 22 seconds.
Are we looking on the second page?
Yes, ma'am. Now, Ms. Lathers, leading up to 12:06, Can you explain what this CAD report is indicating in terms of what the traffic, how we got to 1206?
The only way I can explain it, go to page 6.
That's perfect. However, it's best for you to explain it to the jury.
Okay, on page 6, the call came in as a 69, which a 69 is a gun. So the call, you want me to advise what the call advised?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the call advised the 911 operator, 78 on a black male, red hat, red shoes, second person, black female, black shirt, red shoes, pulled out a gun on her and her child. Then caller hung up the phone.
Now, Ms. Latner, is that what the officers were when they first responded? That was the call that they were responding to?
69 gun, yes.
Now, I wanted to ask you, have you ever seen a CAD report that covers multiple crimes, as in officers respond to one crime and it develops into something else?
Yes.
Can you give some explanation for how that may be reflected in a CAD report?
Well, you would see where it says related, incident related to. And they give a different incident number.
And if officers, say, for example, were out on one type of call and ended up uncovering or getting involved with another that was related on a CAD report, could the radio traffic be captured on the same CAD report?
Yes.
And when that happens, can you possibly have multiple CAD reports that reference one another?
You can.
Now, Ms. Landers, I'm going to publish 122 Charlie Alpha. And before publishing, can you explain this radio traffic in terms of what radio channel does it arrive from?
It arrives from the zone is in, zone 3.
Publishing. So, Ms. Landers, are you able to tell the jury, after the description that you just read, what led up to the traffic around 1206 in terms of what the officers who were out on scene were radioing?
Not looking at this CAD. No, I will listen to the audio.
That's what I want you to do. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 120 Charlie Alpha.
Or 63, 27, 28 Old Hayfield Road. 27, 28 Old Hayfield. 63, 27, 28 Old Hayfield Road. That's fine. We did 27, 28 Old Hayfield Road. Need units to start signal 63. 2310.
Right down the street. Right down the street. Coming up. 9-6, I copy. I'm en route. 63.
Air raising 2310. Radio got one. Got one subject. Holding one subject. 20.
Now, Ms. Latner, you previously testified about priority responses to different types of calls. What type of response would shots fired over the radio get within APD?
You said priority?
Yes, ma'am.
0.
And can you explain what a priority 0 would cause to be kicked into action?
When the officer advised 63, 63 is a help call for APD. So when you get a 63, every zones, every unit in Atlanta is going to go to that call. That's a prior to zero call.
Now, Ms. Latner's, I'm also going to publish 122 Charlie Bravo.
To the radio.
Go ahead.
I just shot someone. Show me some units on Cleveland Avenue in Hayville.
Okay, Cleveland, Old Hayville, signal 50. Need units at Cleveland, Old Hayville. Yeah, we don't see him.
9-6, I need units set up a perimeter. What do you got? Start a 4 over there. He was shooting at someone.
One unit behind the Corn Laundry on Cleveland Avenue. I got one subject down. I need one unit over here behind the Corn Laundry on Cleveland Avenue. One unit behind the Corn Laundry on Cleveland Avenue.
Video, stop me, paramedic.
See, 4's en route.
Wait, I'm having a 32-year-old black male. She appeared to be shot in the back.
Radio receive.
5301. Check on the units first, make sure everybody's okay.
Raise in.
310 radio. Everybody is okay. You can slow units down. Just get a 4 here. We got the scene secure. We are across the street at the Coin Laundromat. Cleveland and Hayville. I get a physical location. Slow everybody down. Stay back. Stay back.
Okay, radio receive. All of this.
Radio. 9-6, copy. I'll be with you in about 1 minute.
Okay, unit stand by.
5301 to radio.
5301, go ahead.
Radio, you use 126 as the incident location right here on Old Hayville.
Okay, 126 Old Hayville.
Radio, give me a helicopter and go ahead and shut the scene down.
All right, units, again, secure the scene. Secure the scene. 126 Cleveland Avenue. 5's en route, EMS en route.
5301, start me Phoenix so I can check crowd control. Let's go ahead and shut down streets. Have units advise locations.
See, radio receive.
I don't want to have no numbers where I am. I'm at the Corn Laundry. If somebody could come to the rear near the barbershop Profile Institute barber styling. I got one down on the ground.
All right, we're coming around to you. Stand by.
310 coming to you. 310 coming to you right now.
My subject on the ground.
We're with her. We're with her at the Dollar King.
Receive. Advise when the mail secure.
So far, radio, they're gonna be 3 males so far. 312, we're gonna have 2 over here.
3 males detained.
301, go ahead and put somebody down on the back side going down. What street is that? All right, we got somebody in the back of Profile Institute.
Radio start ID on site.
Radio receive.
6-star homicide also.
Radio receive.
4135 is homicide. We're en route. Is this an officer-involved shooting or just 50 between 2 subjects?
Radio code 4063. All units are okay. Code 4063.
9-6, can you shut this down? I need Cleveland shut down at, let's see. Have them shut it down in Macon and have nobody else come past eastbound from the interstate. Have them turn around. 5301, that's affirmative. Shut down Cleveland from Macon to the interstate. Also, shut down Old Hateville from Macon up to Cleveland. I need 4 units shutting down the system. 301, I shut in Cleveland coming westbound. 9-6, I need Old Hayfield shut down. Shut it down by those apartments.
307, I got Old Hayfield shut down on the south side by the apartments, 2700 block.
Receive.
All right, everybody stand by. Locate Investigator Robertson L.
Stand by, I'm with him.
All right, everybody is safe. We've got one person in front of the Dollar King under arrest. We got 150 at the laundromat. Do we have anybody else?
AC, are you inside here? AC standing in front of the corn laundry. 58, you got any outstanding 78s? Phoenix 1, we're coming up 26, give me the 78. I think we have all the perps in custody. Stand by and I'll confirm that again.
5301, notify homicide and OPS. Need a OPS unit over here.
96, I need Cleveland shut down westbound, guys. Don't know anything else.
Shut down, we got it.
Appreciate it. I also need a radio. I need one more unit on Old Hayfield, just north of my location.
Okay, radio, this is homicide. Do we have an officer involved shooting, or is it a 50-48 from two subjects?
Hey, I need 2 units to Summerdale. Shut the crime scene down where the casings are. 2 units come to Summerdale.
There's officer involved. Copy.
That'll be affirmative connect one.
Phoenix 1, we're 26. Raise the supervisor and ask him what he needs for us to do. Raise the supervisor.
5301. Somebody give me an address right there for Summerdale.
Okay, 4135 to 5301. Is your scene secure? You got any outstanding suspects? Is the air clear? Can I speak for a second?
The scene is secure as far as suspects go. We're trying to get the citizens out of here and shut the intersection down due to a crime scene.
Okay, I copy that. Is the suspect 48 or is he interacting with Grady? If he is, just need a unit number so we get somebody to meet down there.
All right, copy unit number 6368. Grady is getting ready to go with 1 low. Got another one waiting on another 4 to arrive. 50 also.
Okay, I copy that. We're en route. If you could just have the officer sit in the vehicle with the supervisor.
Yeah, we'll take care of him. Radio Mark 2745. Mark 2745, Old Hateville, Summerdale Apartments as the initial location. Make sure that we have that scene secure over there.
See, make sure units are secure. 2745 Old Hayesville, Summerdale Apartments. Is it related to 2310's call that she's out on?
That's affirmative. That's where the initial scene took place. Suspects then came over to the laundromat at the intersection.
4012 Zone 3. Is any outstanding suspects out there? Y'all got everybody.
5301, we believe we got all 3.
4012 Fusion, we copy. Y'all got everybody, guys.
5301 Rays, Phoenix.
Go ahead, sir. And Phoenix 1, when you get a chance, I'm going to need a unit north of Cleveland on Old Hayfield. You're still having traffic come down there. I don't see anybody down there. But go ahead, sir.
Anybody code 7, get them over here. I need a street blocked off, north of VP.
VP, north of the VP, need some units at that location.
94 ready. We are exhausted on units, ready to see if we can get some help from Moses, please.
Radio, so if you get some help from motorists on blocking down some of these intersections.
They're down here, Sarge. We're sending them up. Phoenix 1, okay. I need somebody at Old Hayfield and Judy Lane to turn the traffic around. Any traffic coming southbound on Old Hayfield.
Radio advice model that Cleveland Avenue is closed down.
Received.
All right, Phoenix 1, the motors units are starting to come up. If I can get somebody over at Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive to relieve the one officer that's halfway in the block, that would help also.
Need units at Cleveland Avenue and Macon Drive.
Raise an investigator, Robeson Hill.
Go ahead, Paul.
LT wants you guys to return back to the scene.
5301. Command post is going to be at the intersection of Cleveland and Old Hayville at the police SUV. And you have the investigators involved 5-9 with me at that location.
Received. Command post at Cleveland, Old Hayville. Investigators 5-9 at that location.
4135 to 5301. Which, we have two different scenes, or which scene should I go to?
5301, I'm sorry, I had a female yelling. What'd you advise?
I'm asking, are there two different crime scenes? And if so, which one should I go to? I'm coming up 26.
Just pull onto Old Hayville right behind the fire truck, and I'll advise you of the two locations. We've got two separate locations.
2745 is the second location, LT.
Okay, Albert.
1010, raise 2396.
96, go ahead.
1010, what do you need on services?
We got to shut Cleveland down. I need Old Hayfield north of our location shut down also. I got no more units. Get help us out. I appreciate it.
Okay, we're at 75. You need anything other than that?
Right now, if you could release some of my units on Cleveland, divert the traffic away from us. We got a bad crime scene over here. Stretch right at the intersection.
Yep.
Radio raising
301,
Phoenix.
copy. We got, what is it, 2734 Old Hayfield. You got your second crime scene down here. 2745.
Hey, make sure we assign a unit to go behind this vehicle. Grady unit.
Radio raising Phoenix.
Hey, they sent a female. Do we have a female in custody? Black female with blonde hair?
All right, 5301. We know we're missing a black female with a blonde wig. Stand by for a second. Sergeant Daniels, you're going to follow down first Grady unit.
Hey, sir, I think I'm the only one available. I'm getting off my traffic post. I'm going to follow the Grady ambulance that has the perp in it.
Okay, radio, have some additional units that are not standing by at this location right now doing something. There's several officers. I need a couple of them to 5-9 with me at the command post.
Received. Need a couple of units at the command post. Radio raising Phoenix.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Phoenix,
one, go.
Phoenix, can you downlink?
Hey, Phoenix, do me a favor. We had 2 ambulances leave the location. Patrol car is going to be behind one. I need to know where that other one is. 5040, you got one getting on 7585 northbound. All right, Phoenix, if you can 5-9 which ambulance is leaving without an escort behind it. I need to get one of my units behind it. 5040, I think it's this one that I'm near. If you can have a unit 59, I'll follow it down. Is it perp in here or is this the victim?
94, I'm going to be behind bus 386 with one of the perpetrators going to Grady.
Receive 386. What's the other bus number? 5040?
Grady bus 386, we southbound. I'm behind it. The man's going down to Grady, got a perp in it.
All right, 40, this is 336. I'll follow this till zone 359 with me.
See 336.
643 to zone 3.
Go ahead.
I saw a Grady leave, but no one's following it. I'm going in the same direction. You want me just to follow it until it gets to the Grady and somebody come relieve me?
Affirmative. What's the unit number?
I'm 2643. I'm a zone 6 Boulevard unit. I came out to assist, and so now I see it leaving. I can follow it until somebody comes and relieves me.
Okay, what's the Grady unit number?
I'm a little bit behind it. Give me 1 second. I'll catch up. Stand by.
Radio to Phoenix. You copy, enter the downlink.
Phoenix 1, that's affirmative. I'm getting it up for you. Let me know when you get a picture.
Be advised, we got a female still outstanding with a blonde lace wig on the front. Don't have a clothing description.
Receive an outstanding female with a blonde lace wig.
$310, I'm be on Hayville. I'm gonna be checking the kudzu for this female. See, she would have ran back this way on Hayville.
See, checking the kudzu. Repeat your unit number.
2310.
2310, receive.
Zone 3 radio. It's bus 336. I see a unit behind it now. I guess they might be checking over.
Receive. Go ahead and code for it.
5040, that's me. I'll stand by for zone 3.
Receive. Unit to be en route with the 5040 to Grady.
Phoenix 1, do you have a picture?
Not yet.
Unit 10, try Lieutenant Culberson.
Raising Lieutenant Culberson.
$5301, I'm standing by with homicide. Can you stand by?
Unit 10, just want to advise you, we got the bus fired up. We'll be en route to you. Just be thinking about where you want it. Should be there in about 15 minutes.
All right, probably the best place would be in the empty parking lot of the old Kmart right there. That's about 100 yards away.
Copy that. 2850, copy. That's perfect.
2391. Did you copy where the command post will meet with you? No, what I copy is down at the Kmart parking lot.
294 to 5301. Can you give me Moody and give me the name of the suspect that's in the back of bus 368? Give me his name again.
$91 to Culberson.
Can any of you advise the 78 of the female what she was wearing? I got black female blonde wig. We have height, weight, clothing descriptions.
All right, repeat the description again.
I need to get a good description. I got black female with a blonde wig. Can we get a height, weight on her, clothing description?
Negative. She was a driver, all we know. We never saw the physical height of her. If you got one detained, can you bring it this way? Porter can identify her.
Yeah, we're going to start canvassing the area right now. Her last direction of flight.
Okay, somebody said that she jumped over the fence. I don't know how.
$59 radio. Raise and investigator Moody.
Raising Investigator Moody.
5326.
Give me the name of this perpetrator, please. Give me the name of this perpetrator. It's in the back of the Brady bus. I'm sorry, Sarge. Say that again. I couldn't hardly hear you. Hey, Sarge, I got you. It's Frederick Prothero, and the other one is Walter Murphy. Frederick Prothero and Walter Murphy. Got Walter Murphy. What's the second one? One is Murphy. The other one is Frederick Prothero. Okay, got that. Ready? We're coming up 26 and Grady Radio.
Receive.
It's 40 with 26 at Grady, Unit 336.
Phoenix 1 radio, just to advise you that news media is going to be 26 also.
The media's on the scene.
Phoenix 1, did you receive a picture?
Service 602 Phoenix, we got everything up. We got it up. Downlink is up.
I copy downlinks up. I got to fly back around and come back to you.
Raising investigator Booker here against the 2.
5301, raise the units at the intersection of Cleveland and Old Hayville.
2013, go ahead, LT.
All right, let's go ahead and open up that intersection. Whoever's got the black Taurus on the intersection corner, can we move it off to the side over here? Let's open up Cleveland and Old Hayville going southbound from Cleveland.
Okay, you want to open up Cleveland Avenue going westbound towards the interstate? I got
9637. 7. You got your car up there with you?
Raise Lieutenant Culberson.
Stand by, sir. Go ahead for me, LT.
Confirm he wants to set up a command post here in this parking lot below churches in the Kmart parking lot.
Yeah, that's where he said. Right there on the side.
Okay, copy.
1010, the 2396. We're going to open up the east and westbound Cleveland Avenue.
2630 raise, 2631. Go ahead. Hey, I think they need you to come out and move your lights, man. Copy en route.
1010, Zone 3 Supervisor, we're getting word that you want to open up Cleveland Avenue.
Radio raising command.
I mean, Lieutenant Culberson is incident commander at this time.
Raising 2391.
5301 or 2391, go ahead.
1010, we're getting word that you are wanting to open up Cleveland Avenue.
911, Captain Grucci is requesting that the command post move up to Old Hateville between Cleveland and Mount Zion area, right here by the McDonald's, so we can open up Cleveland Avenue.
Ms. Landers, I wanted to ask you a couple questions about some of the codes that were used on radio traffic. What is a 4?
Ambulance service, greater ambulance.
And Ms. Landers, what is outstanding 78s?
It's a description of the perk they're looking for.
What is a code 4063?
4063?
Yes, ma'am.
That's not a code.
What is a 40?
40 is a dog. 4063 is a help call.
Help call. And Ms. Landers, what is a signal 50?
Person shot.
Your Honor, regarding 121 Charlie, which we are going to get into next, defense counsel and I wanted to briefly approach.
All right. Come on up. How you doing in terms of comfort? Anybody? Oh, there's always somebody. Okay, before we go ahead and continue councils, I think we'll go ahead and take a comfort stretch break. Let's just take 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be in recess and we'll see you all in about 10 minutes, okay? All right, all rise. Yours, please.
Sir.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. All right, thank you, Sergeant Ingram. All right, Mr. Atkins, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Lattimore, if the radio traffic, the zone 3 radio traffic that you just if it started at 12:06, how long is the radio traffic that we just played? Can you take a look at 122 Charlie Bravo that's on the screen and see how long that radio traffic was, ma'am?
If it started at what time?
At 12:06.
I'm not going to be able to tell you how long the radio traffic went.
And I wouldn't expect you to. However, I have a shortcut of 122 Charlie Bravo that's on the screen to your left. How long was that radio traffic we just listened to?
Right here?
Yes, ma'am.
24 minutes, 34 seconds.
So if it started at 12:06, what time would it end?
A little after 12:24. About 1. I don't know.
Well, that's all right. So if it was 12:06 and we played 24 minutes of it, would it be around 12:30?
You said 12:06, yes. About 12:29, 12:28.
Now, Ms. Ladders, I'm going to approach you with 121, Charlie. Let me know if you recognize that document.
It's a copy of the incident for that day.
How do you recognize it, Ms. Ladders?
Well, my name is printed up there, and it's a copy of the incident for 911 calls.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's going to move to admit State's Exhibit. Your Honor, at this time, the state moves to admit into evidence State's Exhibit 121 Charlie.
All right, any objection to 121 Charlie? All right, it's noted, and I'll admit it over objection, maybe publish as you see fit.
Thank you, Your Honor. Publishing 121 Charlie. Ms. Ladders, I want to talk about this. So what is the event ID, or I should say incident number for this CAD report?
132541308.
And what date was this?
September 11, 2013.
And going through this CAD report, what time was this call initiated?
12:32 p.m. hours.
What was the location?
Old Hateville Road at Cleveland Avenue, Southwest Atlanta.
Now, up at the top, what was the call type and description?
It shows a 39 on the 25. It's information for the office advising shots fired in the area.
Now, looking at the CAD narrative, Ms. Ladders, at 12:36, can you describe what, or can you help explain what it starts with CLR and then ADV? Can you read that and describe what that means?
Caller advised in Building C, Perp who was seen shooting is hiding in this home.
And right underneath that, Ms. Lattners, what is it? It starts with unit.
It shows request unit to check and advise. Call advise her friend, her female friend is not answering the phone from that location.
And Ms. Ladner's, it also has RI, then it says related to, and then it has numbers ending in 1038. Can you explain for the jury what that indicates?
It indicates sometimes we get more than one 911 call from the area, from the location. So the operator creates another incident number, but she related to the first incident 911 call that came into the center.
And Ms. Ladner's, if you look at those numbers that end in 1038, and can you look at what we've already talked about, 120 Charlie, and I want to ask you if they are the same or different.
They advise they're related, so they're the same.
And Ms. Ladner's, can you read for the record what that incident number that it's related to is?
132541038.
And right beneath that, when it says CCADs for 1038, what does that indicate?
Operator telling the dispatcher to CCAD, the last 4 digit 1038.
So after this call came in with that, would some of the CAD traffic be captured on the 120 Charlie we discussed when we started?
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Ladner. I'm going to now publish 122 Charlie chart.
Atlanta 911 operator 6197. What's the address of the emergency?
It's not an emergency. The guy that shot the guy over here off Cleveland Avenue, he's in my friend's apartment, and she's panicking. She don't know what to do.
Okay, what's going on?
There's a guy, I guess somebody must have shot somebody over here where I stayed, over here in Summerdale. But you cannot come to my house or
Okay, ma'am. When I come to your location, I just need to know what's going on. Was somebody shot recently?
Yes, about 5 police say where I go.
Okay. What's the location?
It's over here on Cleveland Avenue.
Cleveland Avenue. What else, ma'am? I need numbers or 2 Cross Street.
Old Hateville.
Old Hateville in Cleveland Avenue?
Yes. I don't want to talk loud. I don't want to get myself in no trouble.
That's fine. Okay. You said okay, the mail is inside of what home?
My friend's apartment. She's panicking. She don't know what to do.
Okay, that's fine. Okay.
But she got her mom and her baby now.
Okay. All right. And what's the
number? We stay in the new townhouses in Summerdale, and she stay in building C, but I'm not for sure what the apartment number is. But she stay in building C. When you come around, you come through the gate.
Okay, so who was shot?
I have no idea, babe. I promise I can't tell y'all that. I don't know. I don't think I know. She came to my house. This guy is in her house. So I don't know how y'all can do that. I'm trying to get her out the house, but she wants the phone now.
Okay, all right. Okay, so you saying the female won't answer the phone?
I just tried to call her phone. And she got her baby and her mama now.
Okay. All right. And do you want to leave your name or number?
No.
Okay.
Please don't call me that.
Yes, ma'am.
He know my children. No.
Okay. All right.
I want to come back and retaliate this thing.
Okay. What's the apartment or the duplex name?
It's Summerdale Townhouse. old Somerdale. They're the new one.
Okay, is there a gate code to get in?
Never call it now. You got to have a gate code to get in, but the back gate is open.
Okay.
Everybody standing out here.
Okay. Okay, we'll get somebody out.
Yeah, but I'm trying to get her out the house on the mama, but they want the phone now.
Okay.
She don't know what to do. She panicking.
Okay, but she's in the building C, correct?
Building C. When you come around, when you come through the gate, come around. But I'm not for sure what the number is on her apartment number.
All right, we'll get somebody out, okay?
All right, please don't tell us how to make the call.
Yes, ma'am. We won't. They won't call you back, and I don't have your name.
All right, thanks.
All right. All right.
At this time, the state is going to publish 122 Charlie Delta. Portions of this, and I will announce for the record which portion. So the state's going to start with Ms. Latner, before I play this, I wanted to ask you, what time did the 911 call we just listened to come in?
12:32 p.m. hours.
Thank you, Ms. Latner. The state's going to publish 5:38 to 6:15 on 122 Charlie Delta. We're going to start at 5:23, Your Honor.
All right, sir.
Hey, Booker, you up?
Are you raising?
Hey, Booker, y'all said something about moving vehicles. What's the 78 of those vehicles? I guess you and Marshall guys here.
I already moved my vehicle. We still got the little white pickup, a patrol car, and a Taurus.
Oh. 06 radio. Let me get the 78 of that, man.
And stopping at 6:15, Your Honor, the state's going to next publish starting around 6:40. And stopping at 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Starting at 6:34, Your Honor.
2305, are you clear?
05's just about to pull in with you. I'm clear. Send me where you need me.
Receive, bye.
Radio, raise on scene commander out there on the sheeting.
Raise to 5301.
It's 5326 radio.
Go ahead.
96 raise 308. 308. Hey, I got somebody going to put in the back of your car. I need you to keep an eye on. I'm right over here.
Units, if you guys see a Toyota Tundra green in color, let that vehicle inside. It's going to be the owner. You can access the video footage for us.
Stopping at 7 minutes and 32 seconds, Your Honor. The state's going to next publish 8 minutes and 25 seconds.
305, an audible alarm at
8:22, Your Honor.
Sending the green
Tundra is the owner of the laundromat, Green Tundra, coming up to the crime scene.
Yeah, let him through. His name should be Khan, I think. Hey, let him up. Let him up here. That Green Tundra, let him up here. Hey, we're going to let this Toyota Tundra come here real quick.
And stopping at 9:28, the state's going to now publish 14 minutes and 10 seconds to 14 minutes and 35 seconds. Starting at 14:03.
Okay, command, can you advise if we need to set up a separate channel for this incident?
Hey, what time does call come up, radio?
Okay, the original call or when the 63 came up?
This is 63. We're trying to watch the video right now to get a good time frame.
Stand by.
5755 radio.
$57.55, go ahead.
Around the 29 at Price Middle School, 3 girls detained.
Price Middle School, 3 girls detained.
305 and 26.
305, 26. Okay, the 63 came up around 11:58, around 11:58.
And going to publish at 16 minutes and 50 seconds. Oh, and stop at 15 minutes and 24 seconds.
Units, feed all units to switch to TAC 1. All units on the incident, switch to TAC 1 at 12:44.
I copy radio. At this time, we have no Zone 3 unit that's monitored in Zone 3. Is that correct?
For the record, Your Honor, we started that at 16 minutes and 45 seconds and stopped it at 17 minutes and 4 seconds.
Okay.
Ms. Ladders, when that radio traffic we just listened to mention switching to TAC 1 radio at 12:44, what does that indicate?
That indicates Zone 3, we have 6 zones in Atlanta. So we have to constantly keep dispatching our 911 calls out. So every officer on Zone 3 handling this incident needs to switch it over to another channel, which is our TAC 1 channel. That channel is for special events only, emergency channels only. So they're advising everybody who's under this incident either go to 62 to TAC 1.
What happens, or why is it that you switch radio frequencies in terms of what would happen to the Zone 3 radio traffic if they kept speaking about this incident over the Zone 3 radio?
It stops the dispatcher from dispatching calls, 911 calls out to other officers that need to be handling their calls.
And Ms. Ladner's, are all of the comments that we played with 122 Charlie Delta, are those after the 911 call that we played?
Yes.
And is some of the radio traffic, because it switched to TAC 1, reference other crimes unrelated to this incident?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ladner. No further questions from the state, Your Honor.
All right. Cross? Yes, sir. All right, go ahead.
Ms. Latners.
Yes, sir.
Welcome back. Let me start off where the prosecutor just left off. You mentioned that sometimes you have law enforcement officers switching from one channel to another one, right?
Right.
And because of that, sometimes you may have or you may hear on radio traffic on a particular channel a call that doesn't have anything to do with the particular incident that had been being discussed. Is that
correct?
All right. So when you started your testimony and we were shown that CAD report, I remember that had the phone call about black male in a red shirt and red shoes and a black female in, I don't know, red shirt and red shoes or something like that. That had nothing to do with the other call that we've been talking about. Is that true?
They are related.
Okay. They were related?
These two calls?
The one that was at 10:46 or 10:40 something in the morning was unrelated to the call that started around 11:58. Isn't that true?
Well, according to the CAD report,
Uh-huh.
the officer advised his dispatcher these two calls are related.
Okay. The officer thinks it was related.
Well, he advised his radio dispatcher.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to come to that in a second, but I want to review the radio traffic with you. Now, you were not you're not the dispatch. You weren't the person taking the call or sending out the dispatch, true?
True.
Right. But you are familiar with the codes that are referenced in the calls or in the dispatch traffic, right?
I started off as a dispatcher, sir, in 1990.
In 19 when?
1990.
And so you know all of this stuff?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I want to go then to, with the state's assistance, their Exhibit 120C A. The CAD report, excuse me, the radio traffic. Can I have that?
Recording.
I'm sorry?
You want recording?
No, not recording, the CAD, the 120C, thank you. I think that's 120CA, is that correct? Let's see. All right. As soon as we get that up, I'm going to ask if we can play specific portions. I want you to listen to them. The radio traffic. That is correct, if that's what you call the recording. All right. You call it recording. I call it traffic. I'm going to have you listen to those, to certain portions that I'm going to ask the state to play, and then ask you some questions about those, okay? You know, some sniffling, you okay?
I'm quite sure I'm not the only one cold in here. Thank you.
All right, so there is some radio traffic that goes from 0 seconds to 10 seconds. If I can have that one, please.
Got a 63, 2728 Old Hayfield Road.
2728 Old Hay.
Oh, 63.
Let's go to 40 seconds. Yes, please.
Got one subject.
All right.
Holding one subject, 20.
All right, you heard that traffic, correct?
And one subject in custody, yes.
All right, one subject holding one subject. Is that
Yes.
right? Now, that would be, this is probably going to be difficult. You don't know who that is actually making, who's on the radio saying that, do you?
He did not advise his unit number, no.
And sometimes when they go over the air, they might advise this is unit such and such, and then say what it is they're saying. True?
Yes.
In this case, the only thing that we hear is one subject or holding one subject. So whoever the police officer is that's making that report is indicating that one subject is being held. True?
True.
Okay. If we can go to 122CB, I guess, 0 to 10 seconds. First one. And of course, as the radio traffic is coming in, I mean, this is happening, it's being relayed as it happens in real time, right?
Real time.
Okay. Yes.
22 the radio.
Go ahead.
I just shot someone. Tell me some units on Cleveland Avenue in Hayville.
All right.
Okay, Cleveland, Owen.
Am I correct that whoever's over the radio at that point just indicated that, quote, they had just shot someone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If we can go to the next one, please. 11 seconds to 27 seconds. Yes.
Hayville signal 50. Need units at Cleveland, Hayville. Okay, we don't see him.
9-6, I need you to set up a perimeter. What do you got? Start a 4 over there. He was shooting at someone.
All right. Now, I want to focus on the last part of that. Whoever's making that statement over the radio is indicating that, quote, he was shooting at someone. True?
True.
Okay. Now, I want to jump forward a little bit, down to 1 minute and 31 seconds. Do you recognize any of these voices?
No, sir.
Okay, you understand by
301 to radio.
5301, go ahead.
Radio, use 126 as the incident location right here on Old Hayville.
Okay, 126 Old Hayville.
Radio, give me a helicopter and go ahead and shut the scene down.
All right, units, again, secure the scene, 126 Cleveland Avenue, 50.
Ms. Latner, when the person says in that call, radio, give me a helicopter, is that someone asking, I don't know who they're asking, but asking someone to dispatch a helicopter to assist with this call?
Atlanta has its own helicopter units.
Okay.
So they're asking to start the helicopter units to that location.
Is the helicopter unit or a helicopter referred to as Phoenix?
Yes.
So when you hear someone on call saying something about Phoenix or dispatch Phoenix, they're talking about sending out a helicopter to assist?
Yes.
Okay. How many helicopters did Atlanta police have back then, if you know?
We used to have 2.
Okay. And then the person who's actually flying the helicopter would also have access to the radio traffic as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
They'd be able to, for example, describe what they're seeing or request information from those on the ground.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, on 213, please. I want you to listen.
Now EMS en route.
I don't want to have no numbers where I am. I'm at the corn laundry. If somebody could come to the rear near the barbershop Profile Institute barber styling. I got one down on the ground.
All right, we're coming around to you. Stand by.
310 coming to you. 310 coming to you right now.
My subject on the ground.
We're with her. We're with her at the Dollar King.
Okay.
Receive. Advise on the mail secure.
All right. Now, you've heard that person saying, and that sounds like a female officer, am I correct?
It is.
Saying that I have one on the ground.
Right.
Generally speaking, would that mean that the officer has someone in custody or apprehended on the ground?
She advised she had one on the ground.
Okay. And then if I'm correct, you hear other officers responding saying they're coming to that location, true?
Correct.
Okay. Now, on the next bit of traffic that comes over at 242, please. I want you to listen to this if you would.
So far, radio, they're gonna be 3 males so far. 312, we're gonna have 2 over here.
3 males detained.
301, go ahead and put somebody down on the back side going down. What street is that? All right, we got somebody in the back of Profile Institute.
All right, now, in that piece of radio traffic, you did hear where them say we've got 3 males so far. You heard that, correct?
Correct.
And am I correct that you have one officer saying we have 2 over here, and we're going to have 2 over here, something to that effect?
One said we have 3 males down, we have 3 of them. Then one said we have 2 of them.
Okay. Now, obviously you're not there, but you listen to the traffic, and the only thing that the police officers generally are going to be relaying over the traffic is what they're observing or what they're doing at the time. True?
Correct.
All right. So in this case, when the officer, one officer says something to the effect of, we have 3 males so far, you would presume that's what that officer either knows or is observing at the time.
Correct.
All right. Let's go to 410, please. Actually, I'm sorry, 434.
Peter Robertson L.
Stand by, I'm with him.
All right, everybody is safe. We've got one person in front of the Dollar King under arrest. We got 150 at the laundromat. Do we have anybody else?
Okay. When the officer says in this transmission that they have 1 in front of Dollar King under arrest and 150 in front of laundromat, what does 150 in front of laundromat mean?
One person shot.
One person shot.
Yes.
Okay. And did you hear the officer, whoever's making that transmission, asking if they have anyone else? You heard that?
Correct.
Okay. 501, please.
AC standing in front of the corn laundry.
58, you got any outstanding 78s?
Phoenix 1, we're coming up 26, give me the 78.
I think we have all the perps in custody. Stand by and I'll confirm that again.
All right.
5301.
There appeared to be a few things there. Did you hear when the person over the radio says or asks, do we have any outstanding 78s? Is that what it was said?
Yes.
Okay, what are they asking there?
Any more description or any more perps?
Okay, so you've got one person asking if there are any more perpetrators.
Right.
And then we heard someone say, Phoenix 1, we are coming up, give me the 78. Now, that was the helicopter pilot on the radio traffic, is that right?
Correct.
And when they say, give me the 78, what are they asking for?
They asking for description of the perps in the area.
And that would generally be because Phoenix 1, the helicopter, is assisting in looking for whatever perpetrators are described by the folks on the ground, true?
Correct.
Now, when we hear the officer who says, I think we have all perps in custody, stand by, I will confirm that. Those officers talking to each other, apparently one of them who appears to be checking to see whether they have all of the perpetrators in custody.
Correct.
All right. I'm going to go to 656, please.
$135 to 5301. Is your scene secure? You have any outstanding suspects? Is the air clear? Can I speak for a second?
The scene is secure as far as suspects go. We're trying to get the citizens out of here and shut the intersection down due to a crime scene.
Okay, I copy that. Is the suspect 48 or is he in route to Grady? If he is, just need that unit number so we get somebody to meet down there.
All right, copy unit number 6368. Grady is getting ready to go with one low. We got another one waiting on another 4 to arrive. 50 also.
Okay, I copy that.
Ms. Latners, when the officer asks, or whoever it is asks, if the scene is secure, do you have any outstanding suspects? Again, that's them communicating with each other, checking to see whether or not there are any additional suspects that they should be looking for. Does that sound about fair?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I heard someone say that the scene was secure as far as suspects, but we are trying to get citizens out of here. Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. Did that sound to you as though you have officer or officers attempting to keep folks who aren't involved out of the location?
Correct.
Okay. And then that will be commonplace, right? Trying to, you don't want to mix up people who happen to be in the parking lot with the suspects that are being referenced on the radio traffic. True?
True.
840, please.
Route, if you could just,
all three.
412 Fusion, we copy. Y'all got everybody, guys.
5301 Rays, Phoenix.
Go ahead, sir. And Phoenix 1, when you get a chance, I'm going to need a unit north of Cleveland on Old Hayfield. You're still having traffic come down there. I don't see anybody down there. But go ahead, sir.
Stop that here, please. All right. Now, we hear again at this location, at this time, on the radio traffic, I'm asking, or someone saying that we believe we have all three. You heard that, correct?
Correct.
And then we hear, is that Phoenix, the helicopter pilot we hear again, who's saying that, well, first they try to raise Phoenix. You heard that?
Correct.
And then Phoenix responds and says, I don't see anybody down here.
Correct.
Let's go to 1251, please.
Radio raising Phoenix.
Hey, they saying a female. Do we have a female in custody, black female with blonde hair?
All right, 5301. We know we're missing a black female with a blonde wig. Stand by for a second. Sergeant Daniels, you're going to follow down first.
All right. We heard several voices there. You did hear a female voice, officer, initially asking if we have a black female in custody with blonde hair. That would signify that that's what they're looking for. True?
I don't know if it was a female voice, though.
Okay. But you did hear them, whoever it was. We don't know exactly which officer it was, but whoever it was, we hear them asking about if they have a black female in custody with blonde hair. You heard that?
Correct.
Okay. And you tell me if I heard this correctly. Do we hear a separate voice saying we know we're missing a black female with a blonde wig?
Correct.
And would I be correct in assuming that officers, separate and apart from what you're hearing on the radio traffic, are communicating with each other down on the ground? Is that generally how it works?
They don't say everything over the radio, sir.
Right. And so they could be, for example, receiving information, one officer from another one, and then relaying that information over radio traffic, right?
Correct.
All right. So you might have an officer who gets a description from another officer and then puts it out on the radio so that they know what they're looking for. Is that about fair?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go to 1540, please.
Grady unit.
Link.
Phoenix 1, that's affirmative. I'm getting it up for you. Let me know when you get a picture.
Be advised, you got a female still outstanding with a blonde lace wig on the front. Don't have a clothing description.
1600, please.
See the outstanding female with a blonde lace wig.
310, I'm be on Hayville. I'm gonna be checking the kudzu for this female. See, she would have ran back this way on Hayville.
Pause that for me,
So
please.
you're checking the kudzu. Repeat your unit number.
Okay. So we hear someone asking or saying that the female was still outstanding with a blonde lace wig up front. You heard that, correct?
Correct.
All right. So look, I don't know the difference between a lace wig and a regular wig, but it's clear that they are looking for a female with a blonde wig of some sort, right?
Correct.
And did I hear correctly that there's an officer who's in the process of checking the kudzu to see if the female was in that area?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to, and by the way, you may or may not have the times in front of you. Is it fair to say, because I'm jumping around a little bit, do you have where they first start asking about the black female in custody with blonde hair to the part that we just heard about the officer checking the kudzu for that female, that it's about 3 minutes or so?
You don't have that on this CAD report.
Okay,
It all depends on what the dispatcher want to put in the CAD report when she typing.
got you. All right, so there may be, well, it's happening over a period of time. True?
True.
All right, let's go to 1811, please.
23. Can any of you advise the 78 of the female what she was wearing? I got black female blonde wig. We have height, weight, clothing description.
All right, repeat the description again.
I need to get a good description. I got black female with a blonde wig. Can we get a height, weight on her, clothing description?
Negative. She was a driver, all we know. We never saw the physical height of her. If you got one detained, can you bring it this way so we can identify her?
Okay, let's stop that.
Yeah, we're gonna start canvassing the area right now.
All right. So did you hear on that traffic where one unit is asking, advising what the 78 is that description?
Yes.
What the 78 of was the female, what the female was wearing, asking for height, weight, clothing description from anyone else who's listening on the channel, correct?
Correct.
All right. Then you heard another voice saying that she was the driver. We never seen her physical description, but Porter can identify her. Did you hear that part?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who Officer Porter is?
No.
Do we know whether or not any of the voices on the radio traffic is Officer Porter?
I can't advise.
Basis.
Platinum just said she doesn't know this Porter.
I sustain the objection.
All right. Let's hear 1844, please.
Her last direction of flight.
Okay, somebody said that she jumped over the fence. I don't know how.
Okay, you stop that, please. All right. Now, Ms. Latner's, I presume you're not familiar with the area that was being discussed on the radio traffic, right?
Correct.
Right. What you do know, though, is that one of those officers just said that somebody said that she jumped over the fence and then follows up with, I don't know how. You heard that?
Correct.
Just listening to the radio traffic, we don't know what fence they're talking about, do we?
No, sir.
We don't know if it's a regular fence or a fence with a big, huge barbed wire all around it. We don't know that.
Don't know.
$19.10, please.
Investigator Moody.
5326.
Give me the name of this perpetrator, please. Give me the name of this perpetrator. It's in the back of the Brady bus.
I'm sorry, Sarge. Say that again. I couldn't hardly hear you.
Hey, Sarge, I got you. It's Frederick Prothero, and the other one is Walter Murphy. Frederick Prothero and Walter Murphy.
All right, thank you.
Got Walter Murphy. What's the second one?
When they reference when the person is called references the name of the perpetrator in the back of the Grady bus, what is that? Is there a bus or a van of some sort that transports injured individuals to Grady Hospital?
It's an ambulance.
It's a what now?
Ambulance.
Ambulance, okay. And you did hear them reference the two names, Frederick Prothero and Walter Murphy, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. It's fair to say that this, the CAD and the radio transmission that we're talking about here, the ones I've just read and asked you to, if you've heard and identified, goes from about close to 12 o'clock to about 12:30. Does that sound about right?
Correct.
All right. Then there's another one that picks up, the one that was played for you. I think that's, let's see, 122 CD. Yes, please. That is essentially a continuation of the radio traffic we were hearing previously, correct?
Correct.
And this one would be, and you heard some excerpts, I'm going to ask you to listen to them again. You heard some excerpts where you have essentially officers and investigators, detectives who are talking to each other and giving instructions over the radio traffic, correct?
Correct.
So, for example, in the, let's go to 640. I want you to listen to this one.
All right, we have some vehicles down here.
$23.05, are you clear?
05's just about to pull in with you. I'm clear. Send me where you need me.
Receive, stand by.
Radio, raise on scene commander out there on the shooting.
Raise it 5301.
Five 326 radio.
Go ahead.
96 raise 308. 308. Hey, I got somebody I can put in the back of your car. I need you to keep an eye on. I'm right over here.
Units, if you guys see a Toyota Tundra green in color, let that vehicle inside. It's going to be the owner. You can access the video footage for us.
All right. Now, you heard that, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be one officer kind of sending out an alert to other officers, asking them if they see specifically a green Tundra, and going on to say that it's going to be the owner who can access the video footage. You heard that?
Correct.
All right. Now, from that one clip, all right, you don't know what video footage or the owner of what that they're talking about, true?
True.
Right. All we know from that at that point, though, is that there are officers who are talking to each other about letting the quote owner in because the owner can access the video footage. We heard that, right?
Correct.
Okay. If I can go to 825, please.
Sending the green Tundra is the owner of the laundromat. Green Tundra coming up to the crime scene.
Yeah, let him through. His name should be Khan, I think.
All right, thank you. All right, now, in that transmission, though, you'd agree there's a little bit more information, correct?
Correct.
You hear one officer not just saying that the name of the owner should be Khan, but also that this is the owner of the laundromat. You heard that?
Correct.
All right. And then, of course, you have officers who are clearly, by virtue of what we're hearing, telling other officers to let that person through.
Correct.
Let's go to 1413, please.
Hey, let him up. Let him up.
Okay, command, can you advise if we need to set up a separate channel for this incident?
Hey, what time does call come up, radio?
Okay, the original call or when the 63 came up?
This is 63. We're trying to watch the video right now to get a good time frame.
Stand by.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you. All right, now, that was about 20, 30 seconds or so, but what we heard in that one was one officer asking about setting up a separate channel, all right?
Correct.
And then another officer asking about what time the 63 came in.
Correct.
63 is?
Yep, call for APD.
Okay, and that's, of course, a help call that started this all together, right?
Correct.
All right, so this officer is asking what time that call came in, and did you hear him say that they were trying to watch the video right now?
Correct.
Okay, and then the, can I have 1508, please?
$57.55. 305.26.
305.26. Okay, the 63 came up around 11:58, around 11:58.
All right. That appears to be, from what we're hearing, the dispatcher responding to the officer who had asked previously about the time that 63 came up about 11:58. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so if I'm correct, we've got an officer asking for the time because they are trying to watch the video right now, right?
Right.
That was after you had the owner, according to the dispatch, showing up and being let through in the green Tundra, right?
Not the dispatch, the officer.
The officer, excuse me, the officer, right? And then that was also after another officer advises, let him through, his name should be Khan, and he can access the video, right?
Correct.
And that he is the owner of the laundromat. True?
Correct.
And then that they are, quote, trying to watch the video right now.
Correct.
All right. All right. You were asked about, let's see, state's exhibit. If I can, with the state's help, please put up that, the CAD report. I think that's 122C, whatever the CAD is.
121C.
There you go. Ms. Latners, you are a great help. Thank you. All right, put that up if you can, please. Please. Yes. All right. This call comes in, and there is, am I correct that there's no identification as to who the person is that's making a call?
It just advised female caller.
Right. So there's nothing in this CAD or for that matter in the actual 911 call where it tells us who the person is, right?
Correct.
Or how they come by whatever they're relaying in the call, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You heard reference in the call to something about a neighbor, something like that? If you recall.
She said a friend.
A friend. There's no indication for us to figure out who that friend is, right?
No.
Okay. Or how that friend would have come by, any information that that quote unquote friend may have.
Correct.
The caller makes reference to police officers out there at the location. Did you hear that? In a 911 call?
Say that again.
The caller makes reference to police officers at the complex or something like that?
Yeah, she advised they was out there looking for somebody.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that that caller didn't have a lot of specific information?
According to the call, no.
Okay. All right. If I can have just one moment, Judge.
Yes, sir.
I think we're done with that for right now. Thank you. Judge, that's all I have for this witness.
All right, thank you, sir. Anybody else? Any redirect?
Just a brief redirect, Your Honor.
We'll see how brief it is.
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Ladders?
Yes.
Do you know where Phoenix is housed?
They used to be housed at the airport.
And when they're raising Phoenix, do you know how long it would take them to get from the airport to any specific location?
I can't advise. It all depends if they got gas, so they advise the dispatcher how long it will take them. It all depends on the weather, so they will let the dispatcher know how long they'll be en route.
That makes sense. Now, I wanted to ask you, and you have it in front of you, State's Exhibit 120 Charlie, on page 3 at 12 minutes and 49 seconds. It starts with Papa Hotel X-Ray 1. Did you see that, Ms. Ladders?
What time did you say?
12:49 and 7 seconds.
Okay.
Can you describe what that indicates?
That's when you go through GCIC, each terminal has its own GAPD number. So that's somebody's terminal number, which is 2308. Each police car has its own MDTs in their vehicle, and each MDT has its own terminal number. And our Georgia terminal number start with GAAPD, such and such and such. But that's the number that GCIC give them.
And when it says PHX1, what does that indicate?
I don't see a PHX1.
Are you looking at 120 Charlie, Ms. Ladders?
Yes.
On which, page 3? On right there.
That's Phoenix 1. That's the air unit.
And what does OW mean, Ms. Ladders?
Out with.
And what's the time on that?
It advised at 12:49 p.m. hours.
And was that 911 call we had listened to? What time did that come in?
From this cab,
Yes, ma'am.
10:40 a.m. hours.
Oh, and on the other cab report, when you played the 911 call, what time was that?
12:32 p.m. hours.
So is that Phoenix outwith that you referenced at 12:49? Is that before or after the 911 call we listened to?
This the only 121C.
Yes, ma'am.
It's gonna be after.
And can Atlanta Police Department Phoenix helicopters, can they see in homes or apartment buildings?
No.
No further questions, Ms. Lattner. Thank you.
Anything further?
Yes, complete that, please. Out with means, like it sounds, like the unit is out at that time?
Out with the units, yes.
Okay. That doesn't necessarily mean that that's what time the unit left out, right?
No, it doesn't mean he left out. He just advised out with.
Okay. If we're looking at those two entries where it says PHX1, and go all the way across to the 1, 2, 3, fourth column where it says, come on now. Can we, exactly what we were looking at before. There you go. Right. We go over a bit where it says, let's look at the first PHX1. PHX1, OW, then there's a date, 9/11/2013, 12:49:07 p.m. And right next to it says OW 2310. What is 2310?
2310 was the primary unit on this call, so he's the primary. Phoenix 1 advised he's out with 2310 on this call.
Okay. And so who's the primary? Do we know who 2310 is?
No, I don't know the units number. Units, period.
All right. But looking at this report tells us that although the unit Phoenix 1 reports that they're out at a particular time, 12:49:07, it doesn't say, for example, what time they left the Atlanta airport or what time they're actually at the location. True?
Looking at this report, no.
All right. And I know that, if you're in a helicopter and you look down, you can't see through walls and into apartments. You can see if anyone's walking down the street or running down the street, right?
Correct.
All right. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Anything further? Anything further from the state?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may Ms. Lattner be permanently, temporarily excused the witness.
Temporarily excused, Your Honor.
Sorry. We're going to call you back at some point in time. All right, madam, but we'll give you as much notice as we can. Thank you for your patience with us, and please don't discuss testimony with anybody except the attorneys in this case, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, madam. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is a little after 5, and we're at a natural stopping point for today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow's order of businesses, I'd like you here for 9 o'clock for an anticipated 9:30 start time. We're going to go to probably about 1 or 2 tomorrow, and then we will conclude for the day, okay? So, what inquiry of me do you have? Anyone? Okay, all right. Let's go through the roll-up, as we call it. Please leave your notepads in the basket. Don't discuss anything that we have covered here in court, as that would be improper, as the court has indicated to you already. Please do not discuss anything that you have learned within the four walls of this courtroom with any third parties, family members, close friends. Do not go by and visit the scenes. Do not do any extra research. Remember, you can only consider what's that's been presented here in court in lawful form. And ladies and gentlemen, if any third party should try and discuss this matter in your presence or hearing, of course, you would need to let myself and/or Sergeant Ingram know immediately. And again, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience that you've given us and will continue to give us. And unless you have any other inquiry of me, tomorrow morning we'll see you at 9 a.m., okay? All right. All rise. Jackson, I have my phone for that. No, I got my phone for that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Our jury has left us. That'll probably be about 5:45. Before then, because it's raining now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, any inquiry of me or anything that we need to cover before we recess for the evening? All right. Let me ask this right now, folks. Since we're going to have administrative days from the 5th through the 12th of March, is there anything that you all need to go through in terms of physical inspection of evidence or any other things that I need to facilitate during that particular period?
I won't speak for the defense. I'll just say that we've had an opportunity to review or allow review of the evidence, but certainly if there's anything that needs to be seen that we have and have not yet introduced, I will await defense's announcement.
All right, Mr. Steele.
That is fine with on behalf of Mr. Williams. And then, Your Honor, if the state could give us maybe a month or subsequent the witnesses, so we could use those 8 days to contact people, and if they want to do the availability again or the best days, that would be great.
State.
I think that we have provided that out, but we will update it and provide that to the defense again.
How many days do you have so far? Or how much have you provided thus far in terms of the witnesses you plan on calling? Let me give you an example. Let me I'm poor phrasing on my part. My suggestion might be, assume you were going to call witnesses that week. Who would you call and provide those witnesses to the defense? Okay? All right. Let's just do it like that, Mr. Steele. So anybody you would have called between the 5th through the 12th, go ahead and provide those so that we can kind of stay on track. Okay? Okay. All right. Anything further? All right, we got a couple more days. And so unless you all have anything else, we'll see you all tomorrow morning, okay? At 9 o'clock, all right? Okay, we're in recess.
Your Honor, may I approach quickly?
Yes, you may.